Right, the grid is a 4-3-4-3 formation. The Formula 50s will line up at the front. I believe it's the Formula 50s at the front, Formula 3s, and then the Formula 25s. Sorry, 35s, Formula 35s. So the grid is set by the points accumulated so far this season. This is the final round of the championship, so still plenty of points up for grabs. So having had our World Championships 5 weeks ago now, we do have, I think most of the world champions here on site this weekend. So as they appear in the various formulas, I will try and run through and tell you who came where. And the 5-minute board has just gone up. So the lead driver for the championship is currently Nick Drew, number 81. He'll be taking up pole position. Still waiting for that craft to come onto the grid. Then alongside him will be our newly crowned world champion, Josh Morales. Didn't have a great meeting last time out in 2 weeks ago, so he's looking to try and recapture that first spot. In third spot on the front row is 117 Elliot Folland. He's already there. And then completing the front row is 48. And that is going to be Jake. Oh, I'm just going to look now. That could be either Jake Trussler or Josh Trussler. .48. Is that Josh? Oh, it is Josh. So it's got Jake up there. Okay. Right, so we do have two brothers out there, the Trustlers. 48 Josh Trussler is going to be on that front row. No, second row. And his brother is way down, not normally raced in this category, but he's taken up the option this weekend. So Jake Trussler in 110 is further down the field. So the front row is now complete. So we've got in pole position, Nick Drew, 81. Second spot, the world champion, 43, Josh Morales. Third spot, Laura Turnbull, 69. And then completing the front row, 117, Elliot Folland. Second row, we've got 48, Josh Trussler. Then 111, Team Airbags, and that's probably going to be Hannah Deacon, I suspect. Then we've got a craft missing at the moment. Row 3, we've got 86, Ben Lambert, 51, Georgia Olner, then 59, Oscar Lewington. And they're still forming up. Row 4, we've got 110, Jake Trussler, and then 75, and that is Mark Allman. We're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. Then we got the Formula 50s further back. I'm going to have to pick those up as they come through, but I'll try and run through them now. The lead craft in that group is 167, Nancy Devlin, then 144. And I think that's going to be Harry Pound. That's a father and son combination. Then it's 145, Charlie Moore, then 158. And that is going to be Fred Reynolds. And then we've got a Formula 35 right at the very back, Zoe Deacon, 171. So the Formula 50s at the front, we're talking about a standard Rotax 503 engine, twin cylinder air cooled. They're only allowed to use that in its standard format, one engine, one fan. The Formula 3s, we're looking at up to 250cc 2-strokes, 500cc 4-stroke. And then the F-35s, they're using industrial 4-stroke engines up to a maximum of 35 horsepower total onboard capacity. So don't forget 8 laps. And we've got 16 craft on the grid. We've got 3 formulas out there, so I'll try and keep track of the various formulas if I can. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away, Jim Drew off to a great start. Number 81, he's on the inside line, but Josh Morales, 43, trying to take a wide sweep round the outside. Is he going to be able to carry it through? No, he doesn't. It's still Nick Drew, 81, that goes into the neck turn. Josh Morales all over the back of him, trying to do the cut back. He's done it at the moment, but I'm not sure who's going to drop onto the water first. It's going to be 81 or 43. So that's the UK leading craft against the world champion. As they go into the turn on the wall, there's still 81. Oh, that was close. 81 taking a wide turn. It's swept Josh Morales wide. Third spot is Elliot Folland, 117. Then Hannah Deacon, 111. Then Josh Trussler, 110. And I've just been told we've got a swimmer. We've got a swimmer down by the marker buoy. I can't quite see who that is. Ben Lambert apparently is gone for a swim, and also another driver. And I think, I'm not totally sure who that is. Okay, it's Mark Allman, number 75. So the race has been stopped. So the race has been stopped. We got 2 swimmers out there, Mark Allman and Ben Lambert. It looks as though they may have both got back into the craft, but the race has been stopped. So that race will be rerun. That will be directly after the next race. So the next group will be called forward very shortly, and that will be a combination of the Formula 2s and the Formula 1s. So this time of year, that water is going to be very cold. So getting the drivers back quickly, even though they got back into the craft, they're going to be very wet. Sorry. Oh. Well, I've just been informed that we got one class stuck into the bushes there. Georgia on and number 51 avoiding those two classes, ended up into the bushes, out of my sight at the moment. So just a bit of recovery underway at the moment. So the remaining craft on track being sent back to the paddock, and they will be called out again after this next race. So next group up, Formula 2 and Formula 1. Oh, sorry, apologies. Yeah, I got that wrong. Looking at the wrong part of the program. So it's the Colts up next, actually. So the Colts are up next, not the twos and ones. So it's Colts up next, and we're looking at age 10 to 13 years of age. So Colts up next, and the red flag race, which has just happened, we rerun directly after that. So the Colts starting to form up onto the grid now, aged 10 to 13 years of age. They are restricted in what they can run, engine-wise, but ultimately they're only allowed to produce a certain amount of thrust. So there's no point in getting a engine that fits the category and then tuning it up massively, because ultimately at the end of the day, they're only allowed to produce a certain amount of thrust, and that gives them the speed, obviously, and that is checked on a regular basis. So taking up pole position for this race. is number 158, Tyler Reynolds. And Tyler is the Colt World Champion, newly crowned about 5 weeks ago now in Germany. Alongside him is Theo Spedding, number 4. And then we got number 5, and that's Lucas Rhodes. And then completing the front row, second at the World Championships in Colts is Emily Lurndon, 153. Dropping into the second row, number 82, James Cooper. And still some drop into position. That is going to be number 95, Dylan Clark. So the Colts only doing 6 laps. All the rest of the formulas should be doing 8. So we currently got 6 craft on the grid for this race. So don't forget the that race that was just red flagged. A lot of frantic work going on in the paddock now, trying to get them all back out for the rerun. That'll be a full rerun. Not enough laps on the charts, so a full rerun for that first race that was red flagged. And I've just spotted one craft down there in the bank that's got its back end in the water, bound by the spectator area. That's it's going to have to be recovered fairly soon. There may be a small delay whilst the recovery boat gets that sorted. So time for me to talk about a few bits and pieces. So coming up later, we'll have the novices. And so those of you that have been maybe before in previous years, if you were here earlier in the season, you'll know about the Arrive and Drive facility that we have now. So it's new this year. If you're looking at the racing and you're thinking, oh, I wouldn't mind having a go at this, then that facility is there now. We have a Formula 50 craft, which you can hire for the day or the weekend racing. And this weekend it's been taken up by actually 2 drivers, so we've had to make another craft available. And that is, if you want to look for the information on that, then if you go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk and look for Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race, or if you go on to Google search Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race, that's the HCGB, so the Hovercraft Club of Great Britain. It's us that's hosting it. And it's a Formula 50 craft. To hire it for the day is £195. For the 2 days, it's £325. You can also email direct to the people that are organising that in the club, and the direct email address for that is info@hovercraft.org.uk. So, obviously that facility for this year is now concluded this weekend. It's all taken up. But obviously, if you're looking forward to next year and you want to get in quick, then now's the possible chance to put your name down and see if you can get it booked for one of our race meetings next year. We do race up and down the country. We will, in theory, be here twice next year. The next nearest venue is probably Rother Valley Country Park, which is
Rotherham area. We also go down south to a place called Gangwarley, and that is at Fawley. So if you're trying to work out where that is, if you think Southampton, then keep going around the coast a bit more, then almost before you get onto the sea, then that's where that particular venue is. We do also race further north. The last race meeting was 2 weeks ago, and that was at Accrington. Well, actually, Oswald Twistle, to be precise. Oh, I've just been given heads up for the pole sitter for this race, Tyler Reynolds, world champion. He's also got the UK Championship already sewn up. He's got enough points in the bag now. Nobody can catch him. So Tyler Reynolds, world and UK champion. We should be going on to the 2-minute board, I think, fairly soon. Right, there we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. 2 minutes. 6 laps for this race. It's only the Colts that are doing 6. The rest are doing 8. Right, we're on the 1 minute board now. 1 minute away from the start. So the Colts doing same course, just 6 laps though. 6 craft on the grid for this race. Here we go, we're on the lights. Oh, jump start by Theo Screening, number 4. Just a bit too eager on that throttle hand. So quick spin round and they'll drop back into position. Right, let's have another go. They're back in position. And we're on the lights. Amber away. And Tyler off to a good start. He's got the inside line. Can Theo do the cutback as they go around that turn to come back to the second turn before they drop onto the water? It's still Tyler in 158 for Theo.
153 Emily now. And then 5, Lucas Rhodes. Then 82, James Cooper. Then 95, Dylan Clark. So it looks like maybe a change of places there for third spot as they went round the marker boy. It looks as though Lucas Rhodes has regained that third spot. Leader goes through 158 total rounds, then for Leo Spedding, and 5 Lucas Rhodes, then 153 Emily Lewandham. Then we got 82, James Cooper. Then 95, Dylan Clark. Good lead now. Yeah, not being able to lead for the patience leader. He's in a reasonable second spot, but the 5 Lucas Rhodes not that far behind, and it's Emily Lewandham 153. So midpoint of the race now, 3 laps gone. So Emily Lewandham moving up to 3rd. Just having passed number 5, Lucas Rhodes, so change of position there. Last lap board is now out. So 1 lap to go, Tyler Reynolds. About to do the turn to drop onto the last section board, dropping onto the water. Got a good lead now over Theo Spedding, number 4. who's just made that turn to drop down to the lake. And I've just realised we've lost Emily Lewington somewhere. So Emily Lewington has come off the lake and has stopped to the side. So third spot is now Lucas Rhodes. And the win goes to Tyler Reynolds, number 158. Second across the line, number 4, Theo Spedding. And coming through in fourth spot, James Cooper. Well, Emily coming through. Not sure what the issue was, but she does come through in sixth spot, so fifth went to 95. Dylan Clark. And seventh went to 90. Sorry, I'm getting the finger waved. No, I need to correct that. I'll run through the order in just a moment. So the winner was 158 Tyler Reynolds. Second went to Theo Spedding, number 4. Third went to number 5, Lucas Rose. Fourth went to 82, James Cooper. Fifth went to 95, Dylan Clark. Then sixth went to 153, Emily Lewington. So we're going to get the Formula 50s, Formula 3s and Formula 35s back onto the grid again, having had their race red flags. We'll go for another go at getting this race underway and completed. This is 8 laps now for this race. So I'm going to have a quick look into the paddock to see if the two swimmers are coming back out for this race. Number 75. I'm just going to check to see if that one's coming out. Right, so number 75, Mark Allman is coming out. I'm looking for Ben Lambert. Well, I can't locate him in the paddock at the moment. We'll see if he's already on the grid. So we're still waiting for Laura Turnbull, who should be in third spot on the front row. She's missing. Our pole sitter is there, 81 Nick Drew, then Josh Morales. So the leading UK craft points-wise is Nick Drew. He's in pole position. But alongside him is the newly crowned world champion, number 43, Josh Morales. Then it should be Laura Turnbull, not there at the moment, 69. And then completing the front row, Elliot Follen, 117. So Formula 50s at the front, based around the Rotax 503 engine, twin-cylinder air-cooled. They have to run it in a standard format, so no special carbs or exhaust. They're only allowed to use the one fan to provide lift and thrust. There is also a weight restriction on this particular category as well. The hull design, skirt design is entirely up to the driver. The Formula 3s further back, they're running up to 250cc two-stroke, 500cc four-stroke. And then we've got a Formula 35 at the very back there, 171 Zoe Deacon. She's running industrial four-stroke engines, so typically a Briggs & Stratton. They run up to a maximum of 35 horsepower, but that's total onboard capacity. So we're back onto the 2-minute board. So less than 2 minutes away from the start now, and it's a full rerun. We're now on the 1 minute board. 1 minute away from the start. Number 75, the did go for that swing earlier. He's going to make it out onto the race. He's now being held at the paddock exit to be released there once the grid has cleared. They're coming up to the lights very shortly now. And we're on the lights. Here we go. And great start by Nick Drew, but Josh Morales off like a shot, and looks like maybe sweeping down the outside of Nick Drew, and Josh Morales goes into the lead at the moment. Can Nick Drew, 81, make the cut back at the next turn to drop onto the water? And Josh Trussler not off to a great start, number 48. Pulls off to one side. I can hear the engine hunting, so it's not picking up properly. So not a great start for Josh Trussler. Going across the line, 43 Josh Morales, 81 Nick Drew, Hannah Deacon 111, Elliot Fuller 117, Jake Trussler 110. Then 59 Oscar Newton, Georgia Olner 51. 145 Charlie Moore, 144 Richard Pound. Those are the Formula 3s. Then Nancy Devlin 167, 158, 69. So 69 coming out for it as a late starter. Then the F35 171. So 2 laps completed now. Our leader now starting to catch the tail enders That's Mark Orban 75 and the F35 171 Zoe Deacon. So this is where our leader, Josh Morales, is going to have to be careful in choosing his passing, as Nick Drew in second spot, number 81, is still within striking distance. And 48, Josh Strasser returns to the paddock. Clearly, the engine's got a problem. Oscar Lewin falls off into the centre. He's got a problem. So through the line, round the turn, to head back to the water. Our leader is in amongst the traffic now, as his second spot, 81 Nick Drew. Third spot is 111 Hannah Deacon. Then 117 Elliot Folland. The battle for the Formula 3s, that's going on between 144 Richard Pound and Charlie Moore, 145. They've just passed me. Our leader goes through. 4 laps completed now. Midpoint in the race. Oh, Mark Allman creeping across the line. Looks like he may have a problem. It does. He's double stopping and pulls away. Not quite sure what that was about, but Mark Allman being one of the back markers. So our Formula 50 craft, the world champion Josh Morales, now in amongst the battle for the Formula 3s between Richard Pound and Charlie Moore. He gets in between them, moves past, and leads them to their own battle for the Formula 3 positions. Laps completed now. Josh Morales extending that lead. I'm still waiting for second spot. Just come out the lane. 81 Nick Drew coming through the line now. Still waiting for third spot. Just crossing the line now. 117 Elliot Folland. Then Hannah Deacon. She's been in striking distance in fourth spot. 111. Then 110, Jake Trussler. Last lap board is now out. Our leader goes through. Still Josh Morales, 43. Second across the line, 81 Nick Drew. Crossing the line, third spot, 117. Then Hannah Deacon 111. Then Jake Trussler 110. So our leader, as he exits the lake, the checkered flag is now waiting for our leader. That is 43 Josh Morales. He takes the first bridge on the 50. And second goes to 81 Nick Drew. And third, crossing the line for the Formula 50s, 117 Elliot Folland. The Formula 3s, Richard Pound took first and in 144, and second went to 145 Charlie Moore. That was a close battle for the Formula 3s. Coming back to the Formula 50s, in Paul Scott with 111, Anna Deacon, then 110, Jade Truster, 51, Georgia Moore, she was a 6. Then we got the Formula 3s, in 7th and 8th overall. I've just been picked up on the fact that I said my surname for Georgia is Georgia Olner, not Georgia Moore, who's sat next to me. That's probably why I said it, because I was looking at it. So running down after 2 Formula 3s, then we got Laura Turnbull 69, Fred Reynolds 158, then Nancy Devlin in the 3rd F3 167, then we've got Mark Allman 75, then the single F35 out there 171, Zoe Deacon. Next up is our junior race. So we're now looking at age range of 13 to 16 years of age. So I got the running order run again. I seem to be looking at the wrong part of the programme. So it's F2s and F1s up now, not the novice. So F2s and F1s up next. Then we got the juniors, then the open. So the F2s up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. There is a 4-stroke down here. That's the 89 bits on Thompson, the yellow part with the black duct. He's already waiting to drop into position. He'll be the only 4-stroke out there in this, combined Formula 1 and 2 grid. The Formula 1's unlimited capacity, anything goes. Generally, we talk about horsepower rather than cc, and the thrust engines will be anywhere up to around about 230 horsepower, driving that one thrust fan plus a lift engine. Then 0 to 60, they'll accelerate most standard road cars, and they'll top out at around about 80 mile an hour. I'm not sure they'll get up to that speed on this circuit. But just looking at the grid, in pole position, we got number 1, Callum Bill. So he raced team with his father. Callum came second at the Race World Championships. I'll wait for our world champion to come out. That is going to be Michael Metzner. Number 5. Right, so our world champion just dropping onto the grid now. From Germany, he's done some of the race meetings here in the UK this year, hence he's not in pole position, so he drops in the pink craft, number 5, Michael Metzner. So pole sitter for this race is Callum Beale, number 1. He came second at the World Championships. Second spot is number 2, Cy Francis. Number 3, third spot is currently vacant. Then we got the world champion, number 5, Michael Metzner. Row 2, we got number 7, Aaron Sutton. That completes the Formula Ones. The Formula 2s, we've got 68, Adam Turnbull. Now, Adam had a disaster in his in the practice sessions this morning, so he's not out in his Formula 2 craft. He's actually used one of the other craft from that particular team, so he's well down on power. He's using a Formula 50 spec craft. Then we got 89, Peter Symes Thompson, that big four-stroke. Then 119, Jake Trussler. He had problems in the Formula 2 practice this morning as well. So he's had to borrow or utilise the Formula 50 craft, so he's well down on power. Then completing that front row for the Formula 2s is 61, Dave Palfrey. Row 2 for the Formula 2s, 98. That's Maciek Uchman. Then we got number 70, Thomas Richard. He's come over with Michael Metzner from Germany. And then right at the very back, a previous Formula 2 UK champion, 77, George Barnes. First time out this season with that craft. So very much a case of keeping his licence going. So he's brought that Formula 2 out for this weekend. So he's right at the very back there. So watch out for George. Dropping into row 2 for the Formula 2s is number 46, running, actually he's running a four-stroke as well, and that's Luke Hudson. Right, we're now on the 2-minute board. 2 minutes away from the start. We're now on the 1-minute board. 1 minute away from start. Right, we're coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go, we're on the lights. Oh, looks as though we may have an issue at the back of the grid. And that looks as though it may have been Luke Hudson that was creeping out of his grid slot. So the start marshal picking up on that. So one craft just being pulled back into position. They don't have reverse on these crafts, so just being dragged back into position. That's number 68, Adam Turnbull. So here we go. We're on the lights. And we're away. And off to a great start is number 1 and number 5. Then 2 as they go around the turn. So already with a small lead is Callum Bill, number 1, but in pursuit is the world champion, number 5, Michael Metzner. And third spot is number 2, Cy Francis, and Adam Turnbull has stopped on the water, number 50. The lead F2 craft is the big 4-stroke, 89 Peter Simon Thompson. He's been chased by, George Barnes, 77. So George has moved up the grid very quickly. Adam Turnbull, 68, stopped on the water, however, not having a great day. So 2 laps completed. Callum Beale, number 1, is holding on to that small lead, but he is going to get into traffic soon. Cy Francis, the Formula 1 craft, has also stopped on the water. So 3 laps gone. Callum Beale going through the traffic, opening up a very small lead now over 5. Michael Metzner, who's working his way through the traffic. They're the 2 lead craft F1s. Then the battle for the Formula 2s. They've just gone through the line. It's the 4-stroke, 89 Peter Thompson, with George Barnes, 77, on his tail as they go around the turn past the finish line. And they go to drop down to the water. So George Barnes, number 77, the orange craft, looking to make the pass on 89 Peter Simon Thompson as they go up the lake. So 5 laps completed now. Callum Beale with a little bit of clean air at the moment. Goes through with Michael Metzner, number 5. Still chasing in second spot. The battle for the Formula 2s. They're just coming out of the lake now. It's still 89 and 77 doing battle. They are coming past the back marker. So 6 laps gone, 2 laps to go. The battle for the lead for the F2s. 89, 77, they're just going past the public area now to exit the lake. That is the real battle going on, first and second for the Formula 1s, while Callum Beale at the moment is extending that lead. The last lap board is now out. Our leader goes through for the Formula 1s. Callum Beale goes through. 1 lap to go now. Michael Metzler in second slot, number 5. Right. The F2 battler's just gone past. That continues for another lap. Meanwhile, our leader crosses the line. The first win for the Formula Ones goes to Callum Beale, number 1. Second across the line, Michael Metzler, number 5. Right, the battle for the Formula 2s. I'm looking at it. They go round the marker buoy. They're in amongst the traffic as they exit the lake. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. But it is going to be 89 Piers Holmes-Thompson with that big 4-stroke. George Barnes right on his tail as he goes through, but he has to settle for second. Now, watch out for the next race for the Formula 2s later on, because George had to start from the back of the grid for this race. He will be up at the front. So, yeah, that could be a whole different story on the next race for the Formula 2s. Third spot for the F1s, 25, Stevie Milligan. Fourth spot for the Formula Ones will go to Aaron Sutton, number 7. For the Formula 2s, coming back to the Formula 2s, so it's 89 in first, 77 in second. Third is going to go to number 70, Thomas Richard. Fourth will go to 46, Luke Hudson. Then it's Dave Palfrey, 61. Jake Truster, 119. 98, I think that was my Czech Uckman. And then we had 2 drop out during the race. That was number 2, Cy Francis, and 68, Adam Turnbull. Right, let's see if we can get it right this time. So next race up is the junior race. So juniors up next, 13, 16 years of age. And they are restricted in what they can run. So as a general guide for the juniors, they're allowed to use the Formula 3 specification craft. So that's up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. The Formula 50 specification craft, that's based around the Rotax 503 engine, 50 horsepower. And then the Formula 35 specification craft. So they're that's the criteria for the juniors. Juniors will be doing the full 8 laps. So many of our top drivers that are here this weekend, the likes of Michael Metzler, the world champion, and Callum Beale, current leading champion in Formula 1 in the UK this year. Both started in juniors. It looks as though there's a recovery going on the lake there. So there may or may not be a small delay, but the juniors still waiting for them to come out to the grid. So whilst we're waiting for those, don't forget, if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more about the club, especially if this is the first time you've ever been to see the racing here at Whittlebury, or
If you saw it back in the day when we were racing at Claydon House, then the main club website is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. Of course, you can follow us on Twitter /X, Facebook and Instagram. And the handle for all three of those is @official HCGB. So the next race up after this one will be the novice race. So I'll just get ahead of the game here a little bit and say that if you go away from today and you think, oh, I might fancy having a go at this, but don't necessarily want to make that commitment of buying a craft or building one, then we do have the facility now. It's new for this year. Which is the Arrive and Drive Hovercraft, and that's the Formula 50 craft. And yeah, we're at the end of the season now, so that option has been taken up for this weekend already. We've actually got 2 craft coming out for that. But if for next year you fancy having a go at that, then it's £195 for a day or £325 for 2 days. If you go to the main club website, and look for Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. That's what you're looking for. You can email direct to the people that organise that at info@hovercraft.org.uk. So coming out onto the grid now are our juniors. So our grid. In pole position, Tom Hudson, 46. Second spot, 44, Lily Elston. Third spot is Ollie Brand, number 1. And then completing the front row, number 9, Caris Rhodes. Row 2, we got Harley Allman, 75. And then we got number 24, and that's Joe Smith. And then completing row 2, number 7, Maya Barlow. So let's see who were at the recent World Championships. Not all the juniors were able to make it out there, but well, our junior world champion is not on the grid, actually, Nathan Ash. They had major problems before the actual World Championship, so he ended up having to borrow a craft. So they still haven't got that issue resolved. So he's not on the grid for this race. So our pole sitter for this race, Tom Hudson, actually came second at the Worlds. Third came Lily Elston, number 44. She's in second spot on the front row. And fourth spot went to number 7, Maya Barlow, for the World Championships, but she's on row 2. So watch out for Maya. She'll be looking to get amongst the front runners fairly quickly. 8 laps for this group. Right, we are now 2 minutes away from the start. 2 minutes. Right, we're now 1 minute away from the start. 1 minute. 7 craft on the grid for this race. 8 laps. Right, we're on the lights. Here we go. And we're away. And Lily Elson up for a great start, but also Ollie Brown round the outside. Can he carry the speed through? It's 44 Lily Elson at the moment. Then Ollie Brown, then 46. Oh, we've had a spin there. I'm not quite sure whether the 2 craft came together, but the race has been stopped. Well, I didn't see what happened, but it was on the first turn as they were about to exit that first turn. 2 craft have come together. Right, so obviously that race will be rerun. So the next group up will be called very shortly now. That's the novices. So we're just waiting for that incident to be sorted out. So whilst we're waiting for that incident to be sorted out, the ambulance is still in its station, so that's always a good sign. There's no major movement there, so didn't look as though it was a high-speed impact. So we're going to the exit of that turn, which would have been fairly slow speed. I got a feeling one of the craft may have spun as it went into the turn, so that's what created the incident. So probably nobody's fault at all. So the next group up, the novices. So fairly self-explanatory. These are new drivers. Although, however, we do get drivers in this group that are re-qualifying. So we'll have to see what comes up onto the grid for this race. I'm just going to have a look now to see who is likely to be entering. We got number 39, so I'm going to go look into my information. We should, in theory, have 2 arrive and drive drivers that have taken up the option of hiring the craft to race this weekend. So 39, Neil Cockey has come all the way from Ireland to race this weekend. So number 39 there. Then we got number 91. That should be Dale Buckton. Again, another arrive and drive. Somebody that's taken up that option. And then we got 115. And that's Craig Emery. So with the novices, they're allowed to use any of the main Formula craft. If they do use a Formula One, then it is de-restricted on the amount of thrust they can produce. I've just looked across at the incident. The medics, medic on at that location has now gone back into position, and course construction now putting some posts back in. So looks as though that incident is now cleared. We'll get the craft back in, and we'll next call the next group forward, and that'll be the novices. So just to let you know, we are putting out a live stream this weekend for the racing. This is going out on YouTube. So I'm just being replayed a clip of the start of that race so I can see what actually happens. So I'm just waiting for that to appear. And it looks as though Lily Elston, number 44, may have clipped a pole as she went round the turn, and it spun around. Yep. So she's tried to take the turn too tight, clipped the pole, and it spun around. And of course, then that's had a concertina effect with the other craft going into her. So nothing major, just a small mistake. Yeah, so if you do go away from today, obviously after this weekend, you'll be able to go onto YouTube and look at this after the event, and all the racing. We're putting out a live feed this weekend onto YouTube. So probably search for Whittlebury2, obviously for this year, 2024, and you should be able to rewatch the races. Obviously, if you look at the other races that we've had this season, not all of the race meetings have been covered, but the majority have. You can go back and see the live feeds that we've been putting out throughout the season and previous years, and you'll be able to see the different race sites that we operate on. This one is pretty much a 50-50 mix, probably 60-40 with the land and water. There are some sites where the combination is completely different. Rother Valley Country Park, which is up in the Sheffield area, that is the vast majority of that is water. It's a 95% water and 5% land. And then you get the complete opposite. 2 weeks ago, we were at a place near Accrington, and it was very much a case of probably 97% land and 3% water. It was a very small water splash. But so it does always vary, but it's always a combination of land and water. So all our drivers today in this race are novices. We do sometimes get drivers re-qualifying out in this group, but all the ones that have been doing it this year have obviously re-qualified. So we do have 2 complete novices out there. Neil Cockey and Daryl Buckton. I'm trying to think if Craig Emery has been out before, 115. And I don't think he has. So we've got 3 complete novices out there. So we'll have to see how they get on. They will be doing the full 8 laps. So just looking at the program, we are scheduled to have a break a bit later on. Hopefully we'll still be having that. At which point, hopefully we'll be opening up the paddock for you to come and have a look around. But I will give you a heads up on that as we get closer to it. So where you're located over in the main spectator area, the bottom end of the lake there, there's 2 ways you can get around the lake. If you go to your left and walk around the direction you actually drove in, that will take you to the bottom end of our campsite where there is a food outlet down there. So if you want hot drinks, especially today, and food, hot food, cakes, etc., then there is a food vendor down there, Steve, and he's available all day. You can access that. If you do want to then carry on round past him, you can come up the road and go into our second spectator area, which is at the other end of our paddock. And you can view the course from there, completely different angle. However, when we do open up the paddock, if you want to come directly into the paddock and not go to the food vendor, then you go to your right, follow the road up the hill, and that'll bring you into the paddock area. I will give you a heads up when we're doing that. Looks so maybe going on to the 2-minute board fairly soon. We've got somebody on the grid doing a quick interview with these novice drivers. So that's another one actually to look out for on the internet. So Facebook, Hovercraft Racing Reels. So it's Hovercraft Racing Reels. It's a new thing that's guy that's been doing it this year. Lots of interviews, lots of racing clips from the Nationals this year and the World Championships. So Hovercraft Racing Reels, lots of clips available for you to go and have a look at as interviews, etc., etc. So he's just doing a quick interview there whilst the drivers were just waiting on the grid. So less than 2 minutes away from the start now. 3 cars on the grid for this novice race.
That is 150 quid come.
Right, we're now on the 1 minute board. 1 minute away from the start.
I'll be drunk for reasons.
And we're away. Here we go. Oh, let's see how the novices get on. So lead craft at the moment, Craig Emery. They're all using Formula 50 spec craft. So it's based around the Rotax 503 engine, twin cylinder rear cooled, 50 horsepower. I have to run it in standard format. Well, Craig off to a great start. He's got a good lead at the moment. Oh, gets craft up on its side a little bit as he goes through the line there. Oh dear. I think that woke him up a little bit. Just caught a bit of air underneath the side. Going through the line in second spot is number 39, Neil Cockey. Come all the way from Ireland this weekend to race. And then 91 tucked in behind in third spot, Dale Buckton. Oh, and again. Oh dear. He's pushing that craft hard. Craig crosses the line, gets it airborne again, spins it off to the side, gets it back under control, but he did lose a bit of time there. Second at the moment, still Neil Cockey, number 39, still being chased by 91, Dale Buckton. So those two having the battle there for second and third. Well, our leader there missing the marker on the water there, but we won't mention that. That's what novices are all about. Right, so crossing the line this time. Can he keep the back end down? Well, it lifts a little bit, but he keeps it more under control this time. Craig Emery still with a reasonable lead. Second spot now is 91 Dale Buckton. And third now is 39 Neil Cockey. So I missed that change of places somewhere.
Well, I turned round and I missed it. 115 has suddenly stopped. I'm not quite sure what the problem is. So suddenly a change of order. It goes through the line and he's stopped not far from me. And he's got out of the cross, so I'm not quite sure. Well, 115 at the moment, still stopped on track. So our new leader goes through the line, 91, Dale Buckton. That's 5 laps completed. So it looks as though it's a steering issue on 115. So 39, Neil Crockett goes through in second. Well, they're still working on 115, trying to resolve what appears to be a steering issue. So it's generally a cable that runs from the handlebars at the front through to the rudders at the back. What they call a Morse cable, type you'd typically use on a boat for a sort of like an outboard motor or something like that. So with 6 laps gone, our leader is Dale Buckton, number 91. Second spot is Neil Cockey in number 39. And last lap board is now up. So 1 lap to go for number 91, Dale Buckton. Well, I didn't quite see it, but Neil Hockey having a little bit of a problem on the water there. There's a lot of water coming out the back end of the craft now, but he's still in that solid second spot. And meanwhile, our leader goes through the line. Dale Buckton, 91, takes the win. Right, so number 39 takes the checkered flag, takes second, Neil Hockey. And looks like 115 will be coming back on the trailer. So our juniors will be called back onto the grid for the rerun of their race very shortly.
So our juniors will be coming out onto the grid very shortly for their rerun. It'll be a full rerun. They only did, well, probably about 100 metres. So hopefully they'll all be back onto the grid again. Well, 115, they eventually resolved that steering issue, but the race now finished, so he's just returning back to the paddock. All part and parcel of the novice experience. Who's calling me?
Such a hands, Barry, your hands will rust now.
Are they generally sweaty? And oh. So number 44, the one that was involved in that incident that clipped the pole and spun round, she's back on the grid. So as I suspected, no major dramas. They should all be back out for this race. So 8 laps. Oh. So all the drivers back on the grid for this race. Nobody missing. All right, looks like we'll be coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly. There we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. 2 minutes. One minute away from the start now. 1 minute.
Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Great start, 44 and 1 into the turn first. It's going to be Ollie Brand, number 1, then 44, 46. Then 7, 24, 9, and then 75. So Ollie Brand already sprinting away up the lake there. Has already opened up a small lead to Lily Elson, number 44 in second, but she's still holding that position, that gap at the moment. Then it's Tom Hudson, 46. Maya Barlow, 7 in fourth. Then 24, Joe Smith. Then 9, Keris Rhodes. Then 75, Harley Allman. Well, through the line, still Ollie Brand, number 1, but he's not able to shake off Lily Elson, number 44. She's still there in second spot. Third across the line, 46, Tom Hudson. Then Maya Barlow, number 7. Then Joe Smith, 24. Still coming through, Keris Rhodes, number 9. And then just coming off the lake now, number 75, Harley Allman. So 3 laps completed. Ollie Brand, well, he's opened the gap very slight, but it is marginal. Lily Elson, 44, still there within striking distance in second. Third, the battle going on between 46, Tom Hudson and Maya Barlow, number 7. Then just dropping back very slightly now is 24, Joe Smith, and he's in 5th spot. Then it's Keris Rhodes, number 9. And then 75, Harley Allman. Midpoint in the race now, 4 laps completed. Ollie Brand dropped down to the water. Looks like he's opened up that gap very slightly now to second spot. Lily Elson, 44, 46. Tom Hudson has still got Maya Barlow within striking distance. Harley Allman, 75, did stop on the water, but it looks like he's got going again. No, he's pulled over to the bank down by the spectator area. Clearly got an issue. He's going. Right, he's back over hump again. So he's picked up speed. So whatever that problem was, not a major one by the looks of it, hopefully. 5 laps completed. First and second, well, they've sort of settled down to the pace, but the battle is on for that third spot. Tom Hudson, 46, still trying to hold off for Maya Barlow, number 7. 6 laps completed now. The drop down to the water, 46 Tom Hudson, still got Maya Barlow hot on his heels in that number 7 craft. That's the only real battle that's going on at the moment, and that is for 3rd spot. Last lap board is now out. Ollie Brand goes through, number 1, followed by Lily Elson, 44 in 2nd. Here comes the battle for 3rd. It's still 46 Tom Hudson, being chased by Maya Barlow, number 7. So the run to the line, here we go. Ollie Brand, number 1, takes the win. Lily Elston, 44, takes 2nd. 3rd across the line, 46, Tom Hudson. 4th across the line, 7, Maya Barlow. And 5th we're still waiting for, that should be Joe Smith. And Joe coming across the line now. So Joe Smith, 24, takes 5th. 6th goes to number 9, Caris Rhodes. 7th goes to 75, Harley Ullman. So Caris says she went through the checkered flag, getting the craft up on its side there.
It's touching the wind up here.
So we're now going into the open race. So that's the final race of our first block of racing. So the open race coming up now. Open to all the main formulas. Apart from the juniors, colts and novices. So we do get a complete mixed bag. This is a separate championship to the national races. So this is where we tend to see the team drivers. So quite a few of these craft run as a team. So usually 2 drivers. Any combination, could be friends, could be family members. Number 61 coming out onto the grid now, that Formula 2. That is the daughter taking out this time, Katrina Palfrey. Her dad was out earlier in the Formula 2 race. Oh, this is where I need to keep my eyes open to see whether there's been a driver change and who's out in this particular race. So the pole says for this race, number 1, Team Bill. So it's Dad taking it out this time. So Conrad Bill in pole position. Conrad, a former world champion, didn't have a great championships this time round in Germany 6 weeks ago. Blew an engine completely, and well, his son Callum fared better. He took second spot overall, even though he had one race that was a disaster. Second spot on the front row is going to be another Formula One. Michael Metzner has come all the way from Germany this weekend to race in this UK Championships. So he was crowned Formula One world champion. Third spot should be number 2, Cy Francis, just coming through now. That's another Formula One. Completing the front row is 119. Now I'm looking down to see whether that's going to be Rob or Jake. It's saying Rob Trussler, but I think that's Jake. So that's the son taking it out, but not in the normal F2 craft. They've had problems. They had a problem in practice this morning, so he's having to take out a Formula 50 craft. So, yeah, well down on power there. So a change of driver on that one. So Dad's opted out, and looks like son's taking it. I'm just going to check with Jake's mum here. Tis Jake out there, isn't it? Yeah, so it is Jake in 119. However, it's just been pointed out that his brother Josh is out there somewhere further back. Oh, yes, right at the very back there. He's waiting to get in position. So we've got 2 brothers out there. Row 2, we got 61, Katrina Palfrey in that Formula 2. 117, Elliot Folland in the Formula 50. Row 3, we got 98, Maciek Uchman, I believe. Yeah, that should be in a Formula 2. Then we got Harry Pound this time. That's another one that's races the team, father and son. So it's Harry, the son, out this time. 144 in that Formula 3 craft. Then we got number 70, Thomas Richard. Came over with Michael Metzner this weekend. So Thomas actually from France. He's running a Formula 2. Then completing row 3 is number 46, and that is Russ Hudson. So his son went out earlier, and now it's Dad taking out. That's a Formula 2. Row 3, we got 59, Oscar Lewington in a Formula 50. Alongside him is 53, Jamie Lewington in a Formula 2. Where are we? Row 5. We've got number 7. That this time is going to be Abby Bill. Her partner, Aaron Sutton, was out earlier, so it's Abby out this time. So actually, we got father and daughter out there. So the pole setter for this race is Conrad Bill, and his daughter at the back, number 7, Abby Bill. Again, another Formula 1. Haven't been racing really this year. They've just moved house, so just a few weeks ago. So they've come out to play this weekend. Alongside in Abby's craft is number 68, Adam Turnbull. Yeah, again, not a great start to this weekend. His own F2 out of action today. So he's racing with a Formula 2 number, but using a Formula 50 spec craft. And right at the very back is number 69, Laura Turnbull in a Formula 50. Right, so we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. We're now on the 2-minute board, 2 minutes away from the start. Well, looks like we've got 15 craft on this grid. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And it's off. Oh, the F1s are off to a great start. It's 1, 5, 2. So Callum Beale off to a great start. He's being chased by Michael Metzler, number 5. Then 2 Cy Francis. Then 119, 117, 61, 98, 53, 70, 60. Oh, I've lost it now. As they drop down to the water, I'll pick them up as they come through. So the Formula One sprinting away. First across the line, Conrad Beale, number 1. Then number 5, Michael Metzler. Then 2, Cy Francis. And we've lost Jamie Lewington, 53, came out of the lake and stopped coming up the hill. So Jamie Lewington, 53, out of the race. Two laps completed already. The lead craft, number 1, Conrad Beale, already in amongst the back markers. He takes the first one. Michael Metzler in that number 5 craft, the pink craft, still within striking distance. They go through the back markers. So going through the line. The front runners now really in amongst the traffic, and it could all change very quickly. Conrad Beale, number 1, getting through at the moment. Now a clear run to the waters. Oh, Michael Metzler, number 5, is close in second spot. And that could be a change of places. They went round the marker boy. They disappeared behind the tree. And no, it's still Conrad with Michael on his tail as they go through the line. It's a craft length in it. So the back marker's really coming into play now for the 2 lead craft. With 4 laps gone. Again, the 2 front runners in amongst the traffic as they exit the lake. Number 1, Conrad Beale, getting a better run this time. Has put some gap to Michael Metzler in second spot. They're the 2 F1s. In third spot currently is 2 Cy Francis, just going through the line. Another Formula One, but he's dropped way back on the two front runners. Six laps gone, 2 laps to go. Michael Metzler, the world champion, number 5, still within striking distance of the former world champion, number 1, Conrad Beale. The two Formula Ones doing battle for the lead in this race. Third spot, just crossing the line, another Formula One, number 2, Cy Francis, but some way back from the two front runners. So the last lap board is no, Conrad Beale's put his hand up. Something's happened with the leader. Conrad Beale, the thrust engine, I think. Yep, he's looked behind. The thrust engine has decided it's not going to play. And number 5, Michael Metzner, goes through to take the lead. Well, number 1, Conrad Beale has got going, but he's way down on power. He's moving, but very slowly. So I'm looking back for our leader and winner of the race. It is Michael Metzler in that Formula One, taking the win. And crossing the line in second spot, another Formula One, number 2, Cy Francis. And third spot, I think it's going to be number 70, Thomas Richard, in a Formula 2. Well, it looks though Conrad Beale took third in the end. He managed to finish the race. But big problem there for Conrad as he went through the line with 1 lap to go. Suddenly that thrust engine decided to give out momentarily, and that allowed Michael Metzler to take the win. So I'm just going to get a heads up now on our break. I'll come back to you in just a moment. Right, I've just been given the heads up. We are going to have a break. We are going to be down slightly on programme time-wise due to the red flags earlier, but we are going to have a break. So our next race will start at 3:10. So members of the public, you've got 2 choices now. You can either go round to the bottom of the camping area, our main camping area, and go to the food outlet and get some hot food and drinks, and then continue round and come up the road where there's another spectator area, and you can watch from up there, or obviously come into the paddock, or you can just come round the bottom end of the lake and up through the gate, which hopefully somebody will open up for you, and come into the paddock to have a look around. So if you are doing that, can I ask you to please refrain from smoking whilst you're in the paddock area? That includes e-cigarettes as well. And if you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft, and watch out for those hot exhausts.
Right, so yeah, hopefully the gate's been opened up down there. Just have a wander around the bottom of the lake, come out into the paddock. Drivers are usually fairly amenable to answering questions. If you've got any technical questions to ask, unless they've got spanners and bits of engine flying everywhere. So just a reminder, strictly a no smoking zone in the paddock area. Watch out for those hot exhausts. And if you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft. Now, during this break, there will be a hovercraft going out onto the lake. This is a development craft. It's been built by my brother. It's all electric, so electric lifter motor and thrust. It's the only one that I'm aware of in the world that runs a twin electric motor. There are the hybrid ones with a electric lift fan and then a petrol driven thrust. So just to reiterate, all drivers, our break will be extended from the program. So our next race, all drivers, our next race will start at 3:10. So all drivers, our next race will start at 3:10. Right, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 5:02. So, members of the public, if there's any members of the public in the paddock area, can I ask you to please make your way back to the public viewing area, either down by the bottom end of the lake or the top end here where there's a small viewing area by the paddock. The craft will be coming out onto the grid in about 5 minutes for this start of the second block of racing. First race will start at 3:10. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time has now come for members of the public to return back to the public viewing area. Can I ask all members of the public to now return back to the public viewing area, either at the bottom end of the lake or at the other end, up by the paddock. There's a viewing area there as well. We'll be getting the craft out onto the grid in the next few minutes. The next race will start at 10:00. 1, 2, 3.
I just
Right, that's the 10-minute board now for the drivers to come up to the grid. So any members of the public, if you are still in the paddock area, you really do need to leave now. Either go down to the back to the main spectator area at the bottom of the lake, or the other viewing area, which is at the other end of the paddock, to where you came in. There's a small viewing area there as well. So the craft coming out onto the grid for this first race, we've got a mix of Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35. It might So having had the first race, the different formulas are starting to get a bit mixed up onto the grid. So it's been dependent on the final positions. So pole position for this race is number 43, Josh Morales, the new world champion. Coming through onto the grid in second spot is the leading UK champion this year, Nick Drew, 81. And then we've got Elliot Fulham, 117. Then 111, Hannah Deacon, I think. That completes the front row. They're all Formula 50s. So based around the Rotax 503 engine, twin-cylinder air-cooled. They have to run it in standard format, so no special carbs or exhaust. Row 2, we have got 110 Jake Trussler in a Formula 50, then 51 Georgia Olner. Then we got a Formula 3 craft, 144, and I think that's going to be Richard Pound. Oh, I turned round and Richard stood behind me. So, yeah, it's Harry Pound. They did tell me they were going to mix it up today. So it's father and son combination. They do this to try and catch me out. Row 3, we have got 145 Charlie Moore in a Formula 3. So the Formula 3 is up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. Alongside Charlie is 69. That's going to be Dan Turnbull. Again, another combination of father and daughter. Then we got 158. And I need to check who that is. Oh, yes, Fred Reynolds, of course. Then Nancy Devlin 167 in a Formula 3, so that completes row 3. Row 4, 75 Mark Allman in a Formula 50. Then we got a Formula 35 171 Zoe Deacon. So she's running industrial 4-stroke engines, 4-stroke. Only allowed to use a maximum of 35 horsepower total onboard capacity. And then we've got 59 Oscar Lewington in the Formula 50. And then Ben Lambert. I'm not sure whether Ben's out there. 86. Again, the Formula 50. So if you've come in fairly recent this afternoon, the races this afternoon will be 8 laps, apart from the Colts, and they'll be doing 6 laps. And we've got 15 craft on the grid. Right, we're on the 2-minute board. So 2 minutes away from the start now. And we're now on the 1-minute board. 1 minute away from the start.
We're coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go. And we're away. Great start by Nick Drew, 81, but it is 43 Josh Morales that out sprints into the corner. Is he going to make it stick though? Yes, he does. 43 Josh Morales is our current leader. 81 Nick Drew in second. Then third is 111, 117, swinging well wide and losing places. 110. Jake Trussler slips through into third. And we've lost the craft. I've just realised we've lost 81 Nick Drew. So Nick Drew out of my sight, the drop onto the water. We've lost Nick Drew, 81. So second spot is Jake Trussler, 110. Third is 111. Hannah Deacon, then 69. Dan Turnbull. Then 117, 145. That's the Formula 3 craft, Charlie Moore. So our clear leader, Josh Morales, the world champion in this formula, goes through the line, and it's now Dan Turnbull, 69, that's moved up into second spot, but Jake Trussler, 110, trying to re-challenge for that position. But it is Dan Turnbull, 69, that moves up into second. Three laps gone now. So it's 43, Josh Morales. Second is 69, Dan Turnbull. 110, Jake Trussler. And then Hannah Deacon, 111. So the back markers being passed now. So the Formula 3s, I'm looking at the battle going on there. Charlie Moore, 145. Round the turn after the start-finish line. 145, Charlie Moore leading in that group with Harry Pound, 144 in second. They're just about to drop onto the water. That's the battle for the Formula 3s. Okay, the race has been stopped. The race has been stopped, and I think that's going to be for Nick Drew, 81, who's floating out in the lake, but started going down. Right, so that result will stand. Enough laps are on the chart. So that result will stand. No rerun.
Right, I think the craft on track will be brought back into the paddock fairly shortly, and we'll get that one craft out of the lake. So as part of the scrutineering process for all the craft, they all have to float. Now that may be that they're semi-submerged, but they must float in one form or another. But obviously the temperature conditions are currently at the moment, we don't want the driver getting too wet and staying in the water. So I think that's part of the reasoning behind the race being stopped. So that result will stand. The next group will be called forward. And that is going to be the Colts. So the Colts are up next. So the Colts aged 10 to 13 years of age. They are restricted in what they can run engine-wise, but ultimately, at the end of the day, they are only allowed to produce a certain amount of thrust out of the back, and that is the deciding factor ultimately. So there's no point in getting a small engine and tuning it to get more power out, because then you are restricted by the amount of thrust. That is checked. Now the Colts will only be doing 6 laps. They're the only group that do the 6 laps. So, whilst we're waiting for those to come out, if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more about the club as a whole, then the main club website is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. And if you fancy having a go, and obviously that facility is not available now this year because this is the last race meeting of the season. But we do now have a facility where you can hire a craft for a day or a weekend or 2 days. It's called the Arrive and Drive. It's a Formula 50 craft. And the costs involved, you're looking at £195 for 1 day or £325 for 2 days. And so if you're interested in looking into that for next year, then obviously the sooner you get in, the better. The facility has been taken up this weekend so much that we've had to provide 2 craft for this weekend. We've got 2 drivers out there in the novices. And the way to find out about that is to go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk and look for the Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race. There's a direct link to the people that run that, and that's at the email address for that is at www.hovercraft.uk. Well, sorry, that's the main club website. The direct link is info@hovercraft.org.uk. So the email address is info@hovercraft.org.uk. Of course, you can just Google it on the general internet, but it is the Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to Race Hovercraft Club of Great Britain that you're looking for. Now, we are pushing out a live feed this weekend, which you'll be able to do on catch up on YouTube after this weekend. Just type in Whittlebury2, because this is the second time we are here this year. So Whittlebury2, and you should be able to find that on YouTube after this weekend. Another good source of video clips and interviews, something that's new to this year, one of our club members has been doing, and that's Hovercraft Racing Reels. So Hovercraft Racing Reels. There's lots of footage being done now from this year and interviews, not only from the Nationals, but he also did stuff at the Worlds. So that's an interesting one as well. I've just heard the siren go up, so that's 5 minutes away from the start. So just to give you a heads up that after the World Championships in Germany about 5 weeks ago, when the weather was somewhat warmer than this, it was approved that the UK would hold the next World Championships here at Whittlebury. So in 2 years' time, the World Championships will be held here. This is a call for Nikki Turnbull. Nikki Turnbull, you are requested at the race control van ASAP. So Nikki Turnbull, you are required at race control ASAP. Right, we're on the 2 minute board. So 2 minutes away from the start of this race. So don't forget 6 laps for the Colts. So I've been given the heads up that Tyler Reynolds, who should have been out in this race, the new world champion, he's got enough points in the championship this year. He's already sewn up the Colt Championship. His teammate, Emily Lewandon, 153. Her craft had a major fail earlier today. So Emily is now out in Tyler's craft. So Tyler missing from pole position. Second spot, Theo Spedding. Third spot is number 5. And that is Lucas Rhodes. Breach in the front row, 82. And that is James Cooper. Second row, Dylan in 95. And then Emily in 153. There we go, we're on the lights, and we're away. Well, Theo spedding into the turn first. It looks as though he's going to make it stick. Yeah, he does.
Well, Theo off to a great start, then number 4. But number 5, Lucas Rhodes, still within striking distance at the moment, but a long gap now to 3rd spot. And side by side, 82 and 153, but it is Emily Lewington that sneaks through on the inside into 3rd spot. Then James Cooper in 4th, 82. Then 95, Dylan Clark. Well, that looked like a small mistake there by Lucas Rhodes. The marker on the water there swung well wide, almost ended up into the trees. So that's allowed Theo Spedding, number 4, to extend that lead with 2 laps gone. Oh, and he's made the same mistake again, going round the marker. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but Lucas, that's 2 laps now where he's made a mistake going round the marker, and that's allowed Emily now to make a strike. There she goes. So Emily Lewington, 153, moves up in the 2nd spot. So she's not in her own craft. Her craft had a major engine fail earlier today, so Tyler Reynolds from that team has said, yeah, I've already got the UK Championship sewn up. I'm already world champion. You borrow my craft. So Emily actually came 2nd at the World Championships in Colts. Four laps gone now. 2 laps to go.
I had terrible earlier.
Just coming through in 3rd is Lucas Rhodes. Some way back, but in a solid 3rd.
I normally have to play for the thing so I don't have that sugar. Yeah.
So last lap board is now up, and our leader goes through. Theo Spedding, number 4. 1 lap to go now. And Emily Lewington, 153, goes in 2nd.
The last race in it was a bit for you.
Sorry?
The last race was a bit for you.
Yeah.
So taking the win, an easy win in the end for Theo Spedding, number 4.
Charlotte.
And Emily Lewandon in that Hovercraft 153 takes second, following Tyler Reynolds craft. Still waiting for third spot. Just coming through the line now. That is going to be number 5, Lucas Rhodes. Fourth will go to 82, James Cooper. And then fifth will go to 95, Dylan Clark. So our next group up, we've got the Formula 2s and the Formula 1s coming onto the grid. So Formula 2s up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. We do have a mix of those two types out on the grid. Formula 1s, unlimited capacity, anything goes. So with the Formula 1s, we don't tend to be talking cc, we're talking about horsepower. So the thrust engine on a Formula 1 could be anything up to 230 horsepower, generally between 180 and 230, and plus a lift engine as well. 0 to 60, they will accelerate most standard road cars, and they will top out at around about 80 mile an hour. On this grid, we will have the new world champion, all the way from Germany for this weekend, Michael Metzner, number 5. The pink craft. So pole position for this race should be number 1, Callum Beale. He's not appeared yet. Callum came second at the World Championships, but a close battle between himself and Michael. Callum dropping points in one of the races, and Michael went on to win the World Championship. So Michael in second spot in that pink craft. And then we got the first of the Formula 2s, 89, Peter Sams Thompson with a big 4-stroke in there. Then making it all the way up to the front row from the back in that last race, George Barnes, 77, a former UK champion, took a season out pretty much this year. So this is the first time out this weekend. So George having to work his way from the back. So watch out for him in 77. Then we got row 2, Stevie Milligan in a Formula 1, number 25. Then we've got number 70, Thomas Richard in a Formula 2. He's come over with Michael Metzner, but Thomas is actually French. Row 3, we got number 61, Dave Palfrey in a Formula 2. Then we got 119. And I'm now looking to see who the driver is. That could be father or son.
And I think that's going to be Jake Trustler I've got on my sheet. Then we got, so he's a Formula 2. Then we got a Formula 1. Number 7, the Purple Craft, Aaron Sutton. And then completing row 2, 98, Maciek Uckman in the Formula 2. Row 4, we got 68, Adam Turnbull. 68, yeah, he should have been out in the proper Formula 2 craft, but again, had a major blowout first practice this morning, so he's having to use a Formula 50 craft. 2 minutes away from the start, and then alongside him is number 2, Cy Francis in a Formula 1. So Cy not having a good day, having to start from the back there. So Paul Sitter for this race is missing. I'm not quite sure why, but Callum Beale not out on the grid. 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Michael Metzler into the turn first in that Formula 1 beach, chased by the Formula 2 89, then 77 George Barnes. And coming out as a late starter, the Formula 1, the pole sitter for the race, number 1, Callum Beale. Let's see what Callum can do. He should be able to work his way up, but can he challenge Michael Metzler at the end of the race? So Callum has already moved up past Two Craft as he drops onto the water. Meanwhile, back to the leaders. Michael Metzler, number 5, out of the lake first. Already opening up the gap to the Formula 2, 89, then 77. Both those Formula 2s, then a Formula 1, 25, Stevie Milligan. Oh, and we got a failure on number 70, Thomas Richard. I'm not sure what happened, but Thomas sliding into the catch netting after the start-finish line. It almost sounded like a drive belt going, but he's out of the race. So Thomas Richard, number 70, out of the race. So 2 laps gone. Number 5, Michael Metzler. Opening up that gap, the battle for second still goes on between the 4-stroke and the 2-stroke. So the 4-stroke, 89, Peter Thompson, still with George Barnes, 77 on his tail. And just behind that, closing down rapidly, is the number 1 craft, the pole sitter for the race. Callum Beale is working his way through the field with 2 laps gone. And our leader going through, that's 3 laps gone now. So just going past me and around the turn, there's a 4-way battle going on there. 89, 77, 25, 1. Those 4 locked in battle there. And then number 2, Cy Francis, tagging into the back. So that's a 5-way battle going up the lake now. 89, 77, 1, 25, 2.
Meanwhile, our leader goes through. We're now midpoint in the race. 4 laps gone. And Callum Beale getting held up behind the 2 Formula 2s. Locked in battle. So Callum having difficulty trying to get through. So 5 laps gone. Michael Metzler, number 5. Already starting to lap people. Here's the battle for second, third, fourth, fifth. 89, 77, 1, 25, 2. As it goes the line. No change in order on that last lap. Callum Beale has got caught behind that battle between the 2 Formula 2s and he can't find a way past at the moment. Six laps gone. Number 7, Aaron Sutton, is going to get caught up in this train that's trying to get past. So Aaron is careful. He moves to one side and lets that battle commence. No, he's got caught up in it. So 89, 77, 1, 25, 2. All on the back end of that back marker, number 7, Aaron Sutton, as he drops onto the water. And 1, Callum Beale has gone up past George Barnes, 77, 89, Pierce Arms Thompson. So Callum Beale now up in the second, but a long way back. Our leader's gone through with 1 lap to go now. And George Barnes has moved up in the third. So George Barnes, 77, has got past Pierce Arms Thompson, number 89. And then it's 25, Stevie Milligan and 2 Cy Francis. There's a 4-way battle going on there. And that is for third, fourth, fifth. And the leader goes through, the clear winner, number 5, Michael Metzner. Callum Beale comes through to take second. So that's the 2 Formula 1s gone through. Then the Formula 2, George Barnes takes the win for Formula 2s, 77, then 89, Formula 2. Then Stevie Milligan in the Formula 1, Cy Francis in the Formula 1. And we're still waiting for the rest to come through. Well, my lap score is just going to get confirmation from race control. A lot of craft went through at the same time there. I've only got 1 lap scorer with me. And she's just going to make sure that she's got it right with the main lap scoring team. So, yeah, up to 5th spot, we got that right. But then after that, it got a bit blurry. So, that's the Formula 2s and Formula 1s done. Next up are the juniors. So juniors up next. They are allowed to use
the Formula 50 specification craft. That's the Rotax 503 twin-cylinder air-cooled, or the Formula 3 specification craft. That's up to 250cc two-stroke, 500cc four-stroke, or the Formula 35 spec craft, and they use industrial four-stroke engines up to a maximum of 35 horsepower, but that is the total horsepower of all the engines on board. So the juniors will be doing the full 8 laps. So, having mentioned the live feed that we're putting out, which you'll be able to catch up on after this weekend on YouTube, another place to look on Facebook for video clips and interviews. If you look for Hovercraft Racing Reels, it started earlier this year by one of our members as Hovercraft Racing Reels. Like that page. There's lots of stuff going on there this year, and from the World Championships as well. Interviews with drivers, racing clips. And of course, on social media, you can follow us on Twitter/X, Facebook, or Instagram. And the handle for all three of those is @official HCGB. Right, quickly going through the grid, we've got in pole position Ollie Brand. Second spot is 44, Lily Elston. Lily coming third at the Junior World Championships. Then we got Tom Hudson, 46. He came second. So Tom is in third spot. Then 7 Maya Barlow completing the front row. She came fourth at the Worlds. Row 2, we got 24, Joe Smith. Then we got Caris Rhodes, number 9. And then 75, Harley Allman. So our world champion from the juniors, not actually racing this weekend. Major problems with his craft earlier in the year, and he actually had to borrow a craft for the Worlds, and that's Nathan Ash. So it sounds as if we just got a little bit of course construction to do before we get this this race under the way. So if this is the first time you've seen the racing at all, then this is the last round of the championships for this season. Obviously, we'll have a whole new season next year. We do hope to be back here twice. And that's going to be a run-up for the World Championships the following year. So 2 years' time, the World Championships will be here. So we're going to get in quite a few racing events here, but we do race up and down the country. So if you do want to look at other venues, then the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, that'll have the calendar on there and general information about the club. I mean, if you do fancy getting involved, even if it's not just coming along and racing, but we're always looking for marshals and all sorts of officials, really, and just general people to help set up this event, because we come here, we set the whole thing up, That would have been done yesterday, and it all has to be taken down tonight. So we're always looking for new people. It's one of those sports that's never taken off big time. It's still very much a family orientated sport. So if you like that element, then this is quite a good sport for you to get involved in. That is now the 2-minute board. So we're 2 minutes away from the start now. And we're now on the 1 minute board. 1 minute away from the start. So 7 craft on the grid for this race. Coming up to the lights very shortly. Here we go. We're on the lights. And they're being held. It looks as though somebody's been creeping forward. And that looks like number 44, Lily Elston, just slightly out of a line there. So just getting her into position. As is Tom Hudson, number 46. He's dragging his craft back. It's very close between the juniors. So that's getting the line right, or getting them in line, it could be critical as to how they come out of that turn, that first turn. Right, start marshal's happy again. Here we go. We're on the lights. And we're away. Lily Elson off to a great start. Is she going to make it stick? Ellie Brand round the inside. But it is Lily Elson, 44, then 1. Ollie Brand, then 46, Tom Hudson, then Kerris Rhodes. Not, is it 9, Kerris Rhodes? No. 24, Joe Smith. So 44, 46, 24. I've lost Ollie. I've got his dad next to me, and we've lost Ollie Brand. He must be the drop onto the water somewhere down there, out of my view. So the pole sitter at the moment is out of the race. So Lily Elston, 44, goes through, the clear leader at the moment. 46, Tom Hudson in second. Third is 7, Maya Barlow. Then it's Joe Smith, fourth, number 24. Then 9, Kerris Rhodes. Then 75, Harley Allman. So as they run through the line, Lily Elson, 44, leader at the moment. Then Tom Hudson, 46 in second. Third, Maya Barlow, number 7. Then fourth, Joe Smith, 24.
Oh, somebody caught the boy there. I saw a splash. I thought the driver was out, but it was Joe Smith actually. Just clipped the marker boy on the water and put a whole big splash up. He's under pressure from number 9, Curris Rhodes. So the first 3 go through 44, 46, 7. That's midpoint in the race now. 4 laps gone. Then it's Joe Smith, 24. Then Curtis Rose, number 9. Those two still within striking distance of each other. So the first 3 getting fairly spread out now. Lily Olsen just exiting the lake. Comes through the line now with 6 laps gone. Number 44. There's Tom Hudson, 46 in second. Third coming through the line now is number 7, Maya Barlow. And some way back, about half a lap back, is Joe Smith, number 24. Just about to come out the lake. He's in 4th. Not far behind is number 9, Curris Rhodes. Last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. It's still 44, 46, 7. Those 3 already gone through the line. Here we go, the run to the line. And the win goes to number 44, Lily Elston. Second goes to 46, Tom Hudson. Third goes to 7, Maya Barlow. And some way back in 4th, that's going to be Joe Smith. He's just turning at the marker boy now. He'll come through in 4th. And then 5th will go to number 9, Curris Rhodes. And then 6th will go to 75, Harley Allman. So our next group up are the novices. So we got just 3 novices today. These are new drivers. 2 of them taking up the option of the new facility we got for this year, the Arrive and Drive, which, it started this year. It's for people that are looking to maybe get into the racing side, but don't want to have that full commitment at the beginning of having to buy a craft or build a craft, but fancy having a taster and trying it out. So that is a Formula 50 craft. We've actually had to make 2 of them available for this weekend. And obviously we're at the end of the season now, but if you're interested in maybe that's obviously getting for next year. It's £195 for 1 day, £325 for 2 days. And it's the Arrive and Drive Hovercraft to race. If you go to the Hover Club of Great Britain website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, you'll find it on there. And if you want to email directly to the guys involved in that, then it's info@hovercraft.org.uk. Don't forget you can follow us on Twitter /X, Facebook and Instagram, and the handle for all 3 of those is @official HCGB. So with the novices, they're allowed to use any of the main Formula craft. If somebody does choose to use a Formula 1, then they are restricted. They're derated with the amount of thrust they can actually produce. But we don't generally advise coming in with a Formula 1 craft. So something like Formula 50 or Formula 3, that's a good starting point for a complete novice. And all 3 drivers in this race will be running Formula 50 spec craft. (115) already up onto the grid, Craig Emery.
Because right, there we go. We're on the 2-minute board. So we got all 3 drivers up there. So 2 minutes away from the start now. So in pole position, we got Dale Buckton, number 91, second spot, all the way from Ireland. Neil Cockey in number 39, and third on the front row, 115, Craig Emery. So 8 laps. So the novices, they have to do 15 races before they qualify out. These are all completely new, so don't be surprised if there's mistakes made. 115. Craig was the leader in the first race today, but then had a problem with the steering and ended up dropping out. Oh, coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go, we're on the lights. Oh, there's a bit of twitching on the throttle there, but we're away. And it's 115 off to a great start. Craig Emery round the outside. Is he going to make it stick at the end of that turn? It does look as though it's going to be the case. Then it's 91 Dale Buckton, then Neil Cockey in number 39. Right, out of the lake first. It's still 115. Craig Emery. Still within striking distance. Number 91, Neil Dale Buckton. Then 39, Neil Cockey. Well, with 2 laps gone, they seem to have settled down into a rhythm. That's 3 laps gone. Craig Emery extending his lead now in 115. Crossing the line, 91, Dale Buckton. Oh, and Neil
almost into the trees there on that turn on the water. Number 39 there, he managed to avoid contact with the trees, but that was close. Oh, and a mistake there by our leader. Craig at the end of the water straight there to make the turn. Something's gone slightly wrong, and he's swung well wide. He's managed to get it back on track, but he's lost the lead for the moment. So that's allowed Dale to sneak through and take the lead momentarily. Oh no, hang on, where is he? Oh, no, he's still there. Dale's still got the lead for the moment. So Craig with a mistake at the end of the water straight there at the turn of the marker. Let's see if he can retake the lead. That's 5 laps gone now as they went through the line. Oh, 6 laps gone. Next lap through, the last lap board will be out. At the moment, it's still Dale Buckton leading, number 91, that red craft. So there we go. 1 lap to go now. 91, Dale Buckton goes through. Second through, Craig Emery, 115. So coming through to take the win, 91, Dale Buckton. Second across the line, 115, Craig Emery. And third will go to 39, Neil Cocky.
So one more race to go before we end today's racing. For those members of the public that are still here, don't forget we are here again tomorrow for a full day's racing. And our practice will start at 9:40 with the first race scheduled for 11:40. So that's tomorrow morning. Dave, you're here. Here we go. The final race of today, the Open Formula race, open to all the main formulas, apart from the Colts, Juniors and Novices. So a complete mixed bag. The first one out is a Formula 3, number 144. That's the father and son combination, so I'm just going to see who that's likely to be. It's going to be Harry Pound. So pole sitter for this race will be the Formula 1 craft, number 5, Michael Metzner. Second spot, just dropping into position, another Formula 1, Cy Francis. And then in third spot, another Formula 1, number 1, Conrad Beale. Completing the front row is Thomas Richard, number 70 in a Formula 2. Row 2, we got 119. Now I've got Rob Trussler down here. And that's in a Formula 50 craft. So alongside me is 117. Elliot Folland, Formula 50. Then Katrina Palfrey, 61 in a Formula 2. Row 3, we got 98, Maciek Uckman in the Formula 2. They got 48, Josh Trussler in a Formula 50. Then 59, Oscar Lewindon, Formula 50. And then a Formula 1 number 7, Abby Bill. So we've got father and daughter out there. Cullen Bill in number 1, Abby in number 7. And then on row 4, we've got 144. And this time round, it's Richard Pound. So Dad's taking it out this time. Okay, so we should be coming up to the 2-minute board very soon. It's final race of the day. Right, there we go. We're 2 minutes away from the start now. 2 minutes. So 12 craft on the grid for this final race of today, the Open Formula race. 1 minute to go now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And number 1, Conrad Bill round the outside to take the lead, or is he? Michael Metzler fighting back, side by side, 5 and 1. Who goes into the turn next? It's going to be Michael Metzler, the world champion. Number 5 that drops onto the water first, but he is being chased now by number 1, Conrad Bill. Then Cy Francis in number 2 in 3rd spot. So the 3 Formula 1s there already starting to pull away. So coming out as a late starter, Nick Drew, number 81.
And he's come out just in front of the battle for the lead of the race. It's still 5. Michael Metzner with Conrad Beale on his tail as they go round the turn to drop onto the water. A third spot, dropping back slightly now. Cy Francis, number 2. So the 2 front runners cross the line. 3 laps gone now. It's still 5. Then 1. So Michael Metzner, number 5, is being put under pressure by number 1, Conrad Beale, as they run down to the water. They're in amongst the traffic. Four laps gone now. The 2 front runners go through. Well into the traffic. There we go, the 2 front runners down the lake. Michael Metzner, number 5, still holding off Conrad Beale, number 1. They come up out of the lake almost side by side with now 5 laps gone. Conrad putting the pressure on. They go past the number 70 craft. Pierre Richard. He goes a lap down. Cy Francis still in a solid third, number 2, but a long way back from the 2 front runners. Oh, Conrad's lost the thrust engine. The thrust engine on number 1, Conrad Beale. It looks as though the engine has locked. So Conrad out of the lake. That thrust engine has suddenly seized. The fan is not rotating at all, so I think that's a seized engine. Number 7, Aaron Sutton puts his. Oh no, Abby Beale puts his hand, her hand up. So that's father and daughter out of the race. Not quite sure why Abby is blocked out, but that number 7 craft. Last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. Michael Metzner, number 5, the Formula 1, way clear now of the rest of the field. The main contender, Conrad Beale, number 1, out on the previous lap. Just crossing the line now in second spot is number 2, Cy Francis in that Formula 1. Looking back for third. But crossing the line with an easy win in the end. Number 5, Michael Metzner in the Formula 1. Still waiting for second to cross the line. There we go. Second goes to Cy Francis, number 2 in another Formula 1. Third at the moment is Thomas Richard, number 70 in the Formula 2. Fourth will go to Elliot Folland, 117 in the Formula 50. Fifth goes to 119, Jake Trussler in the Formula 50. Sixth will go to his brother, Josh Trussler, 48 in the Formula 50. Seventh goes to Katrina Palfrey, number 61 in the Formula 2.
Just waiting for the final positions to settle. So whilst I'm waiting for those final results, just to confirm for the lower placings. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who come to watch, members of the public, I hope you've enjoyed the racing here today. Don't forget we're here again tomorrow. Practice starts at 9:40. The first race is scheduled to start at 11:40. So I think that's a little bit earlier than advertised. But if you've got a program today, then it's 11:40 for the start of the first race tomorrow. And don't forget, the main club website is at www.hovercraft.org.uk if you want to get more information. And yeah, if you want to go and look at clips or interviews, then Hovercraft Racing Reels on Facebook. Hovercraft Racing Reels, that's a new feature that's been started this year by one of our members. And YouTube, you'll be able to see all the catch up from this weekend. That'll be Whittlebury2 you're looking for this weekend on YouTube after this weekend. Have a safe journey home, and we hope to see you tomorrow. If not, then don't forget we will be back here again next year. And for the dates of those 2 meetings, which hopefully we'll be having, then you need to go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk. Right, this is me, Barry, signing off for today, and I will see you all again in the morning. Are you looking for